Okay, so it took a little bit of troubleshooting there, but I think I finally got it started properly. Alrighty, so my objective today is to play 4 hours of Aura Kingdom as a new player would see it from the very start of the game, with absolutely none of the benefits that come from having played the game on an account for 10 years. And what I'm going to try to do here is identify roadblocks for new players and make sure that the advice that we've been giving people this entire time is still valid, especially since there's been so many changes to the new player experience. And hello there to the chat. I see I've actually got some people joining me right off the bat. I was really surprised to see there was likes before I even started. So they really adjusted the starter cutscene since when they first made it. You used to have to go all the way around this temple, and now they've made it so that you can actually quite quickly get through here. And we're gonna watch the cutscenes, because the first time a person's playing, they're gonna have to watch the cutscenes, right? Alrighty, now here we go. Time to suffer in slow move speed. Jumping doesn't give more attack speed, but what it does is actually interrupt the animation of the attack. So you'll do an auto attack while you're using one of your skill attacks. Gee, where'd my first quest go? There we are. Now, what mount do I want to take? There we go. I'll try to show a little bit more once we're actually getting to a couple of the mobs here. But yeah, when you jump, you get an extra attack during the animation of the attack. The other benefit of sorry, I know the video is quite a bit behind where I'm seeing you guys chat, but the other benefit to using jump attacks is that if your skill roots you while you use it, it can break the root so you can move and dodge things while you're using a skill that technically you wouldn't be able to move during. So, alright, one of the things that as a newbie you're probably going to be hesitant over is applying stat bonuses. Generally, you're going to want to make sure that your speed hits 50% before you start worrying about anything else. Alright, and I'm not going to be too worried about the story, especially since I've only got 4 hours. And it makes a lot more of a difference once your attack speed's higher, but if you jump, it interrupts the animation of the attack to allow you to use the skill and an auto attack at the same time. And yeah, especially attacks with animation, you can't use a jump cast. Fortunately, you do get a move speed bonus relatively quickly. So, I'm only going to have to sit here at 100% move speed for a little while, and that's the same for any new player. Alright, Envoy's Path, we got our first node. I think my primary concern is going to be getting up one of these speed boosts, but for any new player, when you're trying to decide what you want to do with your Envoy, you want to look out for the gray tiles around the side and decide which ones you think are the most important. That is if you want to decide what you want on your Envoy by yourself. For now, I'm just going to head straight up here and take fleet-footed because I want to run faster. And of course you can reset your Envoy path at any time just by using some gold, so it's not like you have to get special items to reset your Envoy path. Yep. Oop, that was a potion. I did not need to use that. Oop. Good. As you can probably tell if you've played the game before, they significantly reduced the amount of stuff that you need to do on all the lower level quests again. They've already done that once before, but they did it again. And the adjustments, I believe, were right up until the level 80 zones this time. So yeah, as a habit I kill a bunch of them, but actually I only need to kill 2. But yeah, even on a fresh, brand new account, I'm not getting more than a couple hits on. No, it's still trying to give me the glide tutorial while I'm fighting here. So something else you may not know is that backstrikes, attacking an enemy from behind, actually do increase your damage. So when you're fighting with someone, if they've got the aggro, it's your opportunity to run around behind them. And you can also pop out your mount while you're gliding and use double tap down to immediately land where you are. Oh, they changed the Temple of Eidolons too? I'll check it out when I get there. I've also heard, but I haven't personally tested, that the dimension halls, the early level dimension halls can now be done alone, which makes sense because you don't spend so much time at these low levels. asking about the future of the game is a loaded question. They have been doing a really aggressive update schedule lately. It's quite a bit more significant than I was expecting it to be. Like, they seriously accelerated the release of the not the Star Caller, the Stellar Sapphire class. So I'm actually feeling pretty optimistic that they might be trying to get us to parity with the Taiwan server, which I think would be a really, really good change. But on the other hand, it also means that we wouldn't have the heads up on content for a year that we currently have. So honestly, I'm really excited to see what's coming. Now, Keith here. Once you pick up his recipes, you can actually refine a whole bunch of cores to try and get one you want by buying more supplies off of his friend here. So I'm going to see if I can get a move speed core. Of course not. Oh, come on. There we go. I got a move speed core. Just hide that there. And I believe they've changed this to a purple quest, meaning that it only triggers once on your entire account. But the benefit of that is that you don't have to worry about crafting a whole bunch. I'm playing on the official US server run by XLegend. And just in case you're new here, this is the avatar that I've got in the corner here is a VTube model that I made based off of my character on my main account. So it's not very good, but I did my best. And now we get our first present in the mail, which has that all-important godly paste flash. So that's 30 days of not being super slow. And since I hit level 10, I have joined a guild. Normally you'd go to the guild recruitment menu to do that, but I asked someone to invite me to a nice level 3 guild, which is something that any new player would easily be able to access or create on their own. And there's tons of level 10 guilds that are ready to help you if you're new. And while we're here talking about the benefits that I'm bringing, I'm not touching the I'll Be Back title because that's got some benefits to it. It gives you stats of, like, all of your flat stats are increased. I'm not going to touch this Zephyr Step because that was from the previous patch, but once I hit level 80, I do think that I'm going to consider using the Blessings of the Starry Sky because the X-Legend has been giving those to players on every single patch update recently. So I think that's fair game for any new player to expect that while they're playing, they're going to enter into a, they're going to cross over with a new patch release. Of course, if you guys think that's not fair, it is level 80, so we've got plenty of time to decide. Alright, so... Oh, right, and we've got more envoy path. Now, again, you can reset your envoy path anytime. And while we're auto-running, just have some coffee. Oh no, I can't get to level 80 in 4 hours! I've done entire streams about how long it takes me to get to level 80. Oh, in 4 hours, I think I got to the, somewhere through Candio Marsh. Yeah, the I Will Be Back title was a present that was handed out to players that were playing on the original area server and logged in to the X-Legend server once it transferred over. I believe it was within the first week, so unfortunately it's not accessible anymore. It's just 50 points of flat stats, so it's not a ton, but it's not fair to say that anybody that's playing now would be able to get it, because you can't actually get it anymore. Alright, and I picked Grimm on this account because this is going to be a Flame Ravager, but normally I wouldn't recommend picking Grimm unless you were intentionally planning to play a Flame character. You know, I thought it was 100 too, but when I looked on the website, the points, or the database website, which is another thing that if you're playing the game you're going to have to get acquainted with because it is so convenient to be able to look stuff up. The database website noted that it was 50 points. But yeah, the I'll Be Back title is not fair game in this run. Oh, and make sure you let me know if there's any issues with how loud the audio is. I've actually got earplugs in under my headphones so I could turn it up louder and not have to worry about deafening myself. Sometimes low tech is the best tech. Oh no, he said we're gonna have to die! Oh, I got a new skill here. Guess I don't really want that easily usable. That soaring slash really is a fun skill, but I'm still waiting for my fire skill. For the most part, crafting at the lower levels isn't really going to be worth your time, unfortunately. And you probably can already tell that because of how long it's taking you to get through levels. So I wouldn't worry too much about crafting any items unless you specifically want to do it for the achievements. Some sets, like armor sets, will have crafting that comes with an achievement. But yeah, if you're not going for crafting achievements, I would recommend just selling those to NPCs. A little bit of silver on the side. Oh no! He's dead! Yeah, I believe it's been a really long time, but you're right. I think there is a crafting medal. But strictly speaking, that's not going to add to your progression right away. It's just getting you on the achievement hunter path. What, do I get my move speed node? Not quite. I did kill a man. Like, I literally murdered somebody just there. So, I don't know. Maybe it's valid for them to exile me? Oh. That was an achievement for the eavesdropping. That's what all these yellow bubbles are. Personally, I like to come back later and take care of the eavesdropping. If you look in the achievements list, it'll usually tell you the name of the NPCs that are involved, and then you can search those NPCs in the database website and get the exact coordinates for them. But, you know, since we're here, why don't we just clear off these three? Oh, that's not very nice the way that was popping. Easy achievements. Now, normally, this Thea girl that's right next to Sheila will have a quest for you to give you the Envoy Cube if you're on your first account, or your first character on the account. And I did say that I had a level 10 character on this account where I grabbed the cube. However, when I tested on an absolutely fresh account, it was the level to accept the cube had actually been reduced to level 1. So it could be the absolute first quest you complete. Just make sure you do not toss that cube, because that cube is your key to access, to help all the way up to level S10. In fact, once you reach S10, it includes a boost card. And that's free, a level 85 boost that comes with all the benefits of paid. So here we go, there's my Envoy Support Cube that I grabbed on another character and opened, so that's why I've got the Swifty Stars and Yellow Jelly. And hello everyone! So the jelly here and the Swifty Stars were from the level 10 cube that I opened on another character. And as you can see, every 10 levels, you get another cube with another set of items. And that goes all the way up to S10. So make sure you keep this handy. It is going to absolutely overfill your inventory when you're this level though, so. Alright, so for this pack, you gotta watch out, because anything that allows you to select is not going to look like it's doing anything until you actually choose what item you want. A lot of people get tripped up on that. The early weapon boxes also have that. Alright, but I have to level up my Eidolon first, so I can't use it. You know, Paradox, whether or not new players should do hidden quests first is something I'm not sure about. So that's one of the reasons why I'm actually going through this whole experiment, because I want to find out what advice for new players is actually valid. What do they really need? So for example, we got this guy a legacy box for equipment that I'm going to use. Is this going to be okay to use all the way up to level 40? I don't know. So let's sell off my old stuff. And again, this was from the level 10 box. I'm going to go ahead and pop that on there. The Gaia Equipment Exchange Voucher is again given to every player, so I'm going to go ahead and get my Aura Axe. This is supposed to level with you up to level 40. I can't do anything like that with that. What to do with loyalty points? Most people will say that you probably want to focus on improving your Eidolon archive first, because getting Eidolons is really the key to the endgame gear building. So especially if there's a specific Eidolon that you want that you're actually going to use on field available, that's probably the best choice. Oh, also, I'm previewing the contents of these packs by control left-clicking them, which then shows you the contents, and then control left-click again will show your character on the mount. Oh, we can't use that one on YouTube. Oh, they're all the same speed, so I think the snowy fox. Okay. And for a custom back ornament. Sadly, I think I gotta get the Nine Tails. I think that one's the best one for a Flame Ravager, right? These are only 30-day cosmetics, but I'm sure that's going to be plenty long enough. For at least this account. But it'll make you look cool for a while. And the Rainbow Sheep is only 7 days anyway, so that's fine. Just pop everything I don't need in there. Toss that out. I'm going to use a rainbow jelly because dessert is tasty. And this 30-day sprite is also from the boxes that you get in the mail. So I'll pop that on there, and now we are buffed for quest experience for 30 days. Let's go. That looks terrible with the ice and fire. I should have thought of that. Now, one of the changes that they made in the last patch, and I believe I did mention it in the chat during the last huge live stream, is that you can no longer accept multiple quests in the main quest line at once. So in the past, they had it kind of so that you could do 2 quests simultaneously. So they've changed that to make it so that all of them are completely linear, in that there's no divergence at any point. And I do think that it makes sense, because the way they had it before, occasionally you might find that you weren't 100% sure what you needed to do next. And now it's always completely clear because there's only one main task at hand. It does result in a little bit of backtracking on the earlier maps, but in the later maps they kind of gave up on the double quest thing anyway, so it doesn't matter that much later on. Anyway, this is going to be our favorite skill later on. And you can see that right away, even though I'm not really that high of a level and I don't have any of the benefits of my account, we're already basically one-shotting every mob. And I guess that's pretty normal for a game that's this old. They had to adjust all of the curves, right, to make sure that people are moving quickly. Oh, I do miss having nice cooldowns, though. Okay, so Beast Collector tokens. Right on this first map here, you're going to meet this guy that wants you to find little birds on the roofs. And you can just gather them up. When you find them, oh look at that, there they all are. Now, the tokens that you can get from some of these low-level quests let me just double check where this one gets exchanged. Oh, okay, this one is exchanged for a costume in the encyclopedia. Now, if I'm guessing, it'll probably be under costume. Wouldn't that make sense? It should be somewhere in here. Now these are all costumes you can get with dragon points, but some of them do require some other kind of token. So for example, this one requires angler's doubloons that you can get from catching fish kings. Most of the green ones just require dragon points, and 20,000 seems like a lot, and it will be at the beginning of the game, but if you fall in love with one of these costumes, you can come back for it later. They're always available. I think this is it. No, that's not it. It's the Light Assassin's Guard. Where did it go? Guess it's not in there. Oh, here we are. It's under the special reward, where if you come back and do this over 5 days, and this is actually quite a low amount of dragon points, but you can get your first customizable costume, which means that you can use dyes on it. And that's not, that one wasn't a hidden quest. That one's just a daily. The hidden quests are the green ones, and they'll get unmarked once you finish them. Though you can actually do them every day for a little bit of experience. So my tip is if you're looking at the blue quest exclamation marks with stars that appear on the map, and they give you a token, those tokens can probably be exchanged for a costume. Or a pet. There's one on in Crescent Hill, the next map, that'll give you a pet. Except it's not a pet so much as it's a whole person. It was under special rewards there. I don't know if you saw. It's Rich Maiden. Just a lady follows you around. Oh yeah, I guess that bears mentioning. There's a late game dungeon that drops the Eternia costume. A whole bunch. So you can probably find them in the auction house for like next to nothing, or if you ask in trade chat, someone would probably be willing to send you some, because most players that do that late game dungeon just have them way too often. They get way too many drops of that costume. Now, this purple exclamation mark that I'm skipping here is the gathering and cooking tutorial. But it gives you a really good walkthrough on how it's done. So make sure you read it if you're playing. Hey, honestly, I think it's actually quite a good tutorial if you actually read what he tells you. So gathering items isn't too tricky. It's the cooking part that I think the tutorial is really well done. So it actually has you go through the steps. There we go. I think it does a pretty good job of walking you through the steps of how to cook, and if it makes me watch that tutorial again. Okay, it didn't. For manual cooking, where you have where you can control the chances of getting a higher quality result. Most people find using the knife to be the easiest because it slows things down. Alright. And we get that speed node now. Scar, I am only 1 hour late for midday in my time zone, okay? I don't think I was supposed to kill those guys. I think I was supposed to capture them. Oops. If anyone wants to drop a link into the Discord, that's fine. I wasn't exactly advertising it too much. Thanks, Omni. We'll see ya. Yeah, so, that's kind of your first little baby boss there. Absolutely no issue getting through it with just the Gaia gear. Oh, Scar, have I tried Astro? Oh boy. I leveled it from 0 to 101 in 11.5 hours. No, my Astro is only level S4 right now. I've been taking it easy since I got it to Awakening, but... It's not that you opened a can of worms, it's just that, it was a really long day. You can actually check the VOD of me playing the Stellar or Starball. That's my new name for it, it's Starball. You can watch the VOD of me playing Starball and watch me gradually lose my mind and then in the final fight accidentally forget to have gear and fight the final boss without, not only without gear, but without even using the main skill that my leveled path was on. It was a long day and I did a bad job, but I still beat it. So there's something to be said about a hard-fought battle, right? Even if I'm the one that made it hard. Alright, I'm gonna put round and round right here. And I got my first dragon point. Do I have any titles yet? There we go. So you didn't see me get this one because it was from my first character that I leveled up to the 10. but this is what people mean when they say that you get stats from achievements. The 16 bonus damage from there is flat damage bonus that every character on the account gets, as long as they reach the level to activate it. So this one is obviously active because it's a level 10 achievement. But you can imagine that over time, by completing achievements, that's gonna count up. Hey, if you're gonna watch the Awakening fight, you gotta watch it at regular speed. The video was basically silent, so I put my favorite music on it. Okay, so now that I've actually got some points that I haven't been putting in, let's increase our speed. Now, basically, if you're playing PvE, you do not need evasion at all. Now, someone did put it in the chat, Plinko. Main chat of the Discord. I keep wanting to use skills that would have been on cooldown or done cooldown, but they're not because my speed isn't capped. Ugh. I'm not really going to get a lot of benefit out of the Pyromaniac tile just yet, so I'll skip that for now. Yeah, I guess that's true. Oh. We're only 45 minutes in, I can't be tired yet. Alright, level 20. Now we get our level 20 goodie bag. So one thing you might have noticed is that we actually don't have a trade chat yet, and I believe that will unlock around level 30. So just keep in mind that you're not going to be sending any or talking in the trade chat until then. But you can still see any chat windows you like. But on the off chance that you did somehow manage to get to Navia right now, apparently you'd be able to open a stall. Oop, ran the wrong way. You know, you might be surprised that I managed to play for 11 hours straight, but I work 12-hour days at my day job, so doing the same thing for 12 hours at a computer, that's just the regular grind for me. Besides, I took a 15-minute break. But today, I'm only planning to go for 4 hours. You know, the real reason why I'm tired is because with the mic on, I got nervous about drinking coffee because I don't want to give anybody with like misophonia drinking sounds, but if I'm careful, it's pretty quiet, right? Perhaps it's just depressing to look at a cup of coffee on my desk and not be able to drink it. Man, in the first part we killed a guy, and in the second part we kidnapped a guy. I don't think we're the good guys here. I'll take some more crit damage. Now, do we have any nodes for Flame Slash? There we go, so I'm going to want to make sure to get some Flame Slash masteries over here, since that's going to be my favorite skill. Plinko, you don't have to add more details. My crimes are heavy enough. Oh yes, while we're here, let's take out this guy. That's an achievement. Oh, Flame Slash, you're a bad skill now, but just wait. Yeah, I basically know where all the mobs are because I've done this at least 20 times. But you can also always click on the target. Yeah, Plinko, just keep reminding me of my crimes. They'll send me to prison one of these days. Alrighty. They really like doing these kind of story quests early on in the game, but they kind of gave up on them later. And I think they're kind of nice when they don't restrict your move speed. So, the story so far is that we are setting up bombs on the coast to lure out the pirates. Well, actually, we're gonna tell them there's gold, but instead we actually placed bombs. No, Scar, you're lucky that's hidden by the chat. I only just noticed that you whispered me. It's hidden by the desk of my character. No one can see it. I can't believe you still have that. Hold on, I just gotta make this chat window smaller so he can't... He can't get it up there. Just by talking to me more. Scar is lying if he tells you that I accidentally sent him a wrong prize from an event. Like, how many years ago? Hey, Paradox, we'll catch you next time. Let's make it a little bit lower and no one will ever see what Scar linked in chat. Heh. By the way, I hope you like my desk. I made it specially for this stream. We have a cup of coffee, and we have a tear statue. And what else do you need? Not in world chat. Gosh. Hide that too. Actually, that's a little inconvenient. Now, I think it was when I was doing the leveling my guitar, I think, actually. Oh no, someone sent me a letter. He just really needed to have that somewhere. Thanks, Scar. Thanks for supporting the stream. Guess that makes it moot. I'll just put this back up there. But yeah, these quests were very, story-driven. So if you're interested in reading the story, the reason for why you're showing them all this gold is supposed to make sense. And I guess strictly speaking it does. It's just that after you've done it 20 times... kind of like the fame quests. I actually haven't done the fame quests in probably years. The Mirabelle board, once you get to the next map, allows you to take quests where you get usually boosted stats and extra special objectives. But they're story-driven daily quests that cycle with the days. Oh, we're here. Gotta buy the new recipe. Is that the right one? It was not the right one. It's fine. I mean, I spent all that time getting a speed core the first time. So let's go again. Let's try and get another speed core. I don't know that this is actually worth how much it's costing me. But it's actually not costing me all that much. You know, let's just stick with a blessed. We got a blessed core, we'll use that. Because we're probably going to forget to upgrade this for a while. A blessed core is fine. And now a handy trick, especially if you're in a guild that doesn't have a guild hall, like this one, is that these guys are just regular old crafting NPCs. They're not restricted. So you don't have to go to Navia if you're looking to get a nice, handy, convenient crafter. You can just teleport to Helonia Coast and jump right over here. Alright, now the important part, murdering people. Fia's Dust. Offhand, I don't even remember the effects of that one. Oh. The chat across the top of the screen is called Guild Barrage. It's a chat effect where people in the guild, if they talk in guild chat, it will display kind of like a Nico Nico Doga, if you've ever seen that website. It'll just, everybody's chats will scroll across. Like that. And personally, I'm actually a big fan of it. I think it's kind of funny. It makes me feel like I'm in a video, but you can easily turn it off in your settings. Oh yeah, Noripan's Leaf is a nice accessory that you can get, or trophy, sorry, that increases your move speed, and I think I probably will go for it. But given that I'm on a fresh account, I suspect that that won't be the most beneficial item I can use. I think I'm actually going to have to take some advice on what kind of gear should be used, because unlike on my Stellar Orb, I'll get the name right one of these days, I don't have the benefit of Archive, and I do plan to awaken this character. Definitely need to get our hands on a nice outfit, though. So the first outfit that you get when you start out, you get to pick it in the screen for your character selection, but it can't be dye, even though it's orange quality. It can't have stats, and it can't go in your warehouse. So just keep that in mind. Is basically once you've got anything else that you like more, you're probably best off just tossing it out. Yeah, the truth is, when it comes to low-level gear, I've never paid that much attention to it since I haven't needed to use it for a very long time. So yeah, this is going to be the real experience here. I'm going to have to use everything I can. And speaking of using everything I can, they have significantly increased the amount of fortification scrolls that the quests give you. And at the same time, they've added in fragment scrolls to the main quest lines. Personally, when I was leveling up my Stellar Sphere, I found that the what do you call them? The fragments that you use for fortifying your gear, these guys here, I found myself to be overcapped. So they've actually changed it to encourage you to actually fort up your gear at the earlier levels. But other than using the scrolls that they give you, you can use the dismantle button on the random gear that you pick up as you go. Oh yes, my fancy goodie bag. This is another item that they added, the proof of mission, which increases the amount of quest experience you get, which is a huge new thing. I am super excited to open this up, spam my inventory full of items, and actually use a proof of mission. But fuzzy flower we don't need. There. Alright, now we find the truth behind the whole story was just that the pirate leader Mac wasn't doing his job of leading the pirates, and instead Bluto was trying to take over and be evil when he was too busy having a romance time or something. But now that we've defeated Bluto, we've got the key to the vault, and we can find the thing that is supposed to separate us from our Eidolon, because at this point in the story, we're trying to separate ourselves from our Eidolon because, plot reasons. It's been a while. I remember the broad strokes, but the details, they have escaped me. But at some point, obviously, we decide that we're going to stick with our Eidolon because we have to save the world or something. Alright. That's 2 maps done, and we are 1 hour in. Welcome to map 3, the first map with a dungeon. So very first thing I'm going to do now that I'm here is test out this change to Dimension Hall. Oh yeah, we killed Brian because he was bad. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. And we don't want to be bad. Alright, so Dimension Hall. There you go, it does work. So you just walk in, activate all 3 stones, and hope that you're strong enough to beat whatever's coming. So technically you can bring up to 3 people here, but I believe it's up to 65 that you can now activate them alone. Oh, that's one of the things I'm here to check. I'm here to find out. Oh boy, this might be a bit more than I was expecting. Alright, so the verdict is that yes, you absolutely can activate Dimension Hall level 20 on your own, but if you are a brand new fresh player, it is going to be a long fight. Alright, so fortunately, I've got a character that has a healing effect on one of their skills. Not every class does have a lifesteal. So keep that in mind if you're trying this on your own. You got me. You got me! Okay, that was actually a lot harder than I was expecting. And we have to fight 3. What's gonna help me the most right now? Oh, mastery! You need to use some masteries. Oh, I can't change them in combat. Alright, well I'll have to remember to change those after this fight. Alright, now while we're out of combat, just slide on over here and activate some masteries. Oh, only got one. You know what I have off that might be better to have on is the display of how much damage I'm doing. There we go. Yeah, so, not impossible. Just really, really high HP to be fighting alone in bad gear. And it's not bad gear per se, but this is experience-focused gear. When I put it on, I didn't show you guys, but the bonus for wearing the full set of Gaia equipment is that you get extra experience. And this isn't quest experience, but it's monster kill experience. So it's not a bad choice, especially if you're running dungeons, but you still have to be able to beat the dungeons to be able to get the experience benefit, right? Anyway. Still want more speed. Come on, Omar, talk to me. There we go. Alright, this item mall quest here. I may as well clear this one out so that if anybody is watching and is confused about it, we can get through it. But this is actually back in the previous map. So Introduction to the Item Mall is intended to be a quest to show you about looking in the item mall. So the objective is to tell you to go to the shop and buy something. And your reward for the beautiful scarf is 200 ruby coins, a 20 slot backpack, and fast-paced stars. It's better than the Swifty stars that I've currently got on, and you can use them all at the same time. So it is actually not a bad purchase because, let's see, it's under hot items, I think. No, where'd they put it? New players, that makes sense. 29 XP is about 30 cents, so it's extremely cheap, and the stuff that you're getting from it is quite good. That's going to be 2 runs on the gambling table, a 20 slot backpack, as you can see that would be really nice to have right now, and a fast-paced stars for 30 days, which is going to get you moving quickly the same way that I normally am in the regular ones, or the regular streams that I was doing. But on the other hand, the idea is that you're going to be shopping in the item mall, which is the actual cash shop. So once you've completed off that first part, all it's going to do is leave her here with that purple quest, and you don't need to think about it at all anymore if you're free to play, which is exactly what I'm planning on doing. So if you're it's a question we actually get a lot from new players, is how do we get the scarf without buying something? And that's kind of the thing, is that you don't, but you don't even need to think about it. It's not going to show up in your quest log anymore. Oh, and since we're level 20, I forgot. We can open up the next level of the bag. Just gonna pop all this in there. Save me some inventory space. Oh, I need those too. I can sell those to an NPC. Alright, and in the level 20 bag. Okay, that counts as an achievement because it counts as crafting, I guess. So now you can see. Well, I already did show people how to do the gathering quest, but... Alright, 4 more levels and we will get Shirayuki. The other thing we get in 4 levels is the level 30 Uber goodie bag. Now, I tried to reach out to the support as well as some of the X-Legend staff that's in the Discord to ask whether or not the adjustments to the level 30 bag are permanent, and I wasn't able to get a straight answer. So, for the time being, I suspect that the changes are permanent. But if that does change as we go through here, I'll make sure to leave a comment on the video so that people know that it doesn't reflect the current situation. And of course, the other thing is I'm hoping to take all the things that I learned from actually playing and put that into a video for newcomers. So stuff like not needing party members to do DH20, but probably needing party members if your gear's not very good kind of stuff. But more importantly, stuff like actually building your characters and what kind of gear you need to pass stuff, which I think is going to be a lot more relevant once we start getting into the territory of Pen. Man, these guys just do not want to give me the right kind of feathers. Finally, one. Ugh, I keep trying to use the skill before the cooldown's done. I really do not like having low speed. But since we got it, let's equip this ring. Finally! Whew! That doesn't even feel faster than the old times. One voice path, let's see. Again, I don't think I need the flame skill damage just yet, but I am gonna want these flame slash nodes here. Plinko's reporting me for yawning too much. Sorry about that. Alright, I'm gonna take some damage nodes on the way out to Flame Slash Mastery. And again, when you're building your first envoy path, I wouldn't worry too much about being as optimized as you possibly can be, because you can literally reset it any time, no cooldown for just gold. It'll get higher, but even once you've unlocked every single node, it's still only going to be about 50 gold, which I mean, it's not nothing, but at the very least, it's not like it's locked behind an item that you have to grind somewhere. Oh, and we got more points here. And masteries that I forgot to set again. That'll do. Or so, that'll do. Defensive. And break defense for your tactical is basically standard across every class. So once you get the flame slash bouncing skill, you can fire off one of them and it'll just bounce around everything and take them all out. So that's the reason why I picked this class, is because I figured it would be easiest for clearing dungeons later. But if you wanted to use a class that has a bounce skill right off the bat, you can also choose Grenadier has it. The Grimm, they've got a bounce skill as well. I think that one, I'm not sure if that one's right off the bat though, sorry. But Holy Sword as well. The lightning skill is a bounce and you use the charge form of it. I think. Oh jeez, I'm already so tired. I don't even remember the classes properly. If I get anything wrong, make sure to check me in chat. Alright, and bag sprite. Oh, I actually haven't played a Reaper in quite a long time, so I didn't know that they had one as well. Alright, I think we're good for masteries, at least until we get Zeal unlocked. I mean, the dot is not necessarily super good for like a main skill mastery here. Okay, more speed, more defense. Oh, but you know what I have now? Oh, that's not the one I thought it was. Oh, look at all these quests that aren't the one that I was hoping for. Just abandon all of these. When you abandon a quest, it goes to the very end of the Oh shoot, I missed doing this one. Now, I don't know what level this one disappears at, but if you picked one of the original 4 starters, they have these cute little costumes. I missed doing it before because I completely forgot that this quest exists. But if you run back to the place where you first get your Eidolon... First off, there's this Eidolon token exchange box, where if you accidentally took the wrong token, you can exchange it for the correct one. Obviously, I put mine in my bank, so I can't. But this only applies for the 4 original starters. So they never added it for the 2 new ones. And same thing for these costumes, is they didn't add the special extra form costumes. But here you can see all 4. You got the blue version of Alessa, the black version of Grimm, I remember his name. Then Merrily as a maid, and Seraph as a cute little guy. I don't know. Cute little guy. But obviously, since I've got Grimm, I'm going to take him. And these are not shared across characters. Your starter Eidolon is separate on all characters. But once you've got it, you just feed it to them. And where is the costume thing again? Oh, here we are. Change form. And your options are over here. Now I got a little black dragon. Yeah, a lot of people say it's a toothless cosplay. I mean, I see it. He's cute. Alright. Alright, let's go back to the main quest here. I thought we would have gotten the quest for the Eidolon keys by now. Not quite yet, I guess. And I'm just going to deactivate. I can just barely hear the music in my ears through the earplugs. It's a little bit nostalgic, but to be honest, normally I don't play with the music. Oh, I just saw someone making fun of me in the Discord. No, while we're here... Oh, can't use any items anyway. I'm gonna keep my experience ring, since I'm not too worried about stats just yet. And I think using the Gaia set is going to be better than trying to find a set of random Imperial items just for the move speed. Right, now here's where I really started noticing when I was playing last time that they're getting a lot more generous with the fortification scrolls. So right now they're still not really handing out all that many of the fragments that you need to be able to actually fortify stuff. But once we get to level 30, and we get that Uber goodie bag in the mail, I want to show you guys something that's a pretty significant change. that I completely did not notice when I was playing on my Stellar Sphere. And someone already pointed out in the comments of those videos that I actually just tossed some super valuable stuff. So I'm going to make sure to point that out so you guys don't miss it like I did. Now on this quest, I think they nerf... No, I don't think they nerf your move speed anymore. But you don't get to double jump, so just be careful if you start jumping out of the normal path. Alright, but on your map you can already see all of the items' locations. And you just want to stay out of the red rings. Pretty easy stuff here, but your skill number 2 teleports you back to that orb crystal thing that we set out earlier. And your skill number 1 is going to kind of stop these guys for a sec. So you can use that if you need them to not get in your way. Yeah, so I think for the most part, today's just going to be getting through the quests as a newbie. I didn't expect to need to have to properly gear up or take advantage of any of the benefits that are being handed over to new players just yet. For the most part, it is just same thing we always tell people. Oh, you can talk to the orb. I have literally never talked to the orb. And now the quest's over, so I never will. Dang, actually, maybe I should have kept that Imperial stuff. So another thing that you can do now is lock items across all of your gear tabs and then have just a set of the items that you want different. So like for example, if you've got a move speed set, you don't need to have separate weapon for it, which is exactly what I am now remembering and plan to do. Would have been real smart to think of that before I tossed some Imperial stuff. Blessed, Crimson, yeah, that's all I have for Imperial. Plus we want to make sure the mount is across all of them. We're going back to town so I can just teleport. If you use teleport in a dungeon, it just takes you back to the entrance. But on maps, it takes you back to the, usually a traveling priest. They count as like waypoints on the map. Okay, costume box. We actually got one before, I think, but I didn't open it. Which is a shame because now that I remember, my favorite costume was in the costume box that you get in the first map. So hold on, let me check to see if I just stuck it in my warehouse without paying attention. I did! There we are, Royal Courier F. I didn't open it properly. Royal Courier F. This is my favorite costume. I had a custom one that I wore for like 4 years. I don't really need... we used to be able to sell these actually, now that I think about it. So before I just toss it, let's go see whether or not the NPCs will still buy them off you. They do, and it's not even really that bad. 275 silver is not that bad at this level. It's just it's a little infusion. I think some of the higher level ones even were as high as like... what do you call it? A little over 1 gold. And I know it's not much, but when you're first starting out, it's not nothing either. All right, now this lady here, Gwen, with the tree, I'm pretty sure she has the Sakura emblems. Yeah, Sakura seals. So these are the ones that you can exchange a couple to get yourself a pet of a full-grown woman, if that's your thing. It's not my thing, so I'm going to skip it today. But again, that's in the encyclopedia. Special items, special reward, and if you scroll down a bit, you'll see the rich maiden. 10 Sakura seals. You have to water that lady's tree 10 times to be able to have a rich maiden as a pet. That's a odd exchange, if you ask me. But we've already committed many crimes. It really does sound illegal. And I don't want to say, but on the other hand, because it still sounds illegal, but interestingly, it's one of the few full-sized pets. Most pets are like small versions. Like for example, if I go into the loyalty shop here, which is the free items shop, these pets that they sell here, they're teeny tiny little guys that'll follow you around, and they usually have stats that get randomly generated when you purchase them. But yeah, no, these this unique tier here is a teeny tiny little tier. I think under normal circumstances, I would say if you've got some LP, especially saved up from like the daily logins, you really ought to save it up to buy yourself a useful Eidolon. If we scroll all the way down to the super cheap ones, as you can see, I'm not even far off getting my hands on a full key of some of the early Eidolons. You can ignore these expensive ones here, but like the really early Eidolons, if you really wanted a key, you can actually get one pretty easily just with the daily login bonuses. Like as you can see, if I had logged in on the right days, I would have actually already been able to afford one. But yeah, I don't know, I think we might need to get Nakama, because Nakama's kind of the mascot for the channel. I didn't even know he was in there. I haven't looked at the pets in forever. But you know, we are level 30 now. That means I've got the Uber goodie bag. And this is the one that I really wanted to point out to people, because not only have they added these proof of missions, which are super nice, it's an extra bonus for your quest experience, so you should absolutely be using it. They added in these boxes, which are just like your support cube, but more. So I'm going to get a Shirayuki Key of Gaia here. And I think it's in here. Oh, sorry. I think the big thing that I wanted to point out was these armor chest boxes. They include superior ability transfer scrolls. So these will transfer any piece of armor's fortification to the same kind of armor. Or weapon. So for example, if you've got an axe, if I wanted to fort up my Aura Gaia axe to like +9 or something, which I don't know that I'd really recommend doing it at this level, but what they've done is they've given you 5 pieces of the transfer scrolls in every one of these boxes, and you can't open up more than 2 levels deep of items that you don't have, but they've given you 5, so you can upgrade your current armor, and then once they give you your level 40 armor that is actually a recommended set. Back in the day, this is what everybody used. Ambusher was the best set that you could use at level 40. You can then use this to upgrade your current set's fortification levels on all 5 pieces. That's the point of this here. And as you can see, they're also going to give you 5,000 fragment scrolls, so you can use those to actually have the fragments necessary to even do it. The other thing they include here is the Advanced Aura set, which used to be a paid-only item. So that is going to get you level 40 to, 75. I didn't even know it went that high because I'd never gotten it before. But these are the things that I was thinking were going to make a big difference in the experience for new players, was the Gaia set upgrade, as well as those fortification scrolls. Because now you don't have to think, well, if I can't beat this, but if I have to upgrade my gear, I'm going to be out of stuff to upgrade my next set of gear. So you don't have to choose anymore. With those 5 scrolls, they're non-tradable, so it's not like you can make a fortune on them. But that's huge. And of course, even better if you want to save them for late game, so that if you spend like a couple months on a level S or an S level 5 gear and you finally get your way up to S level 20 and you want to use a crafted one, you could save it for then too. So I'm not necessarily saying you definitely want to fort your lower level gear, but it actually makes it just a lot more generous to allow you to fort your lower level gear if you need it. And did it say it could go in the shared storage? Because if it can go in the shared storage, you could just make another character. Because again, this box, you're going to get that on every single character. Yeah, so you can put this in your shared storage. Meaning that if in late game you really wanted to transfer something, like transfer an upgrade from one weapon to another, you could easily just hop on over to a new character, level up to 30, or I guess 40 to be able to get this box. But as you can see, that doesn't really take much. Especially if it means saving, like, forting from 1 to 20 or higher. But yeah, basically the reason why I wanted to work on this project was because I saw all these changes to the stuff that's available for new players and new characters, that I thought it would be best to actually challenge it with what a new player would have. And I mean, we haven't gotten to it yet, but the main quest actually started giving you the regular accessory fortification scrolls, because those used to be a lot harder to get your hands on. Oh, I guess we do get Shirayuki now, don't we? You ready to see my name on the top bar? Let's go somewhere fancy. Here we go. Ta-da! I'm on the top bar. Now, we can get a little bit closer to my Flame Slash Mastery. We're gonna get some more speed and a bit more defense. Alright, let's see. Is the Eidolon this one? There we go. Actually, it's not that one, is it? Ugh. I'll find out where I get my Eidolon soon, I swear. And since we're here, I'm not going to tempt fate, I'm just going to stick with the low level one. You only get to pick one of these chests. You know what? I was wondering about that. But whether or not they still had the eidolons that you normally would get with every single character. Oh, that is 100 LP. That's a... I should have checked what he drops using the... Alright, fishing family. Daily special events. You know what? They might not have the free full keys. Available anymore. Which is an interesting choice. But on the other hand, if I'm correct, I believe that they do give you a voucher to select any eidolon you want now. Oh, I don't know why I ran this way. Well, not any eidolon. We'll see when we get to the point of the voucher. I don't think I'm ready to carry anybody anytime yet on Scrub here. I don't know if you guys saw that I named her Scrub. You're just gonna watch me suffer all of this? Maybe you guys should be helping me. If I yawn, the eye tracking gets all weird. Oh, I can't wait to unlock the level 60. Oh, what's this? What? Please don't send children in the mail. That is illegal. Just a reminder that this is an absolutely fresh account. I do not even have Gigas. I have no Lord and Savior. I am actually going to check to see whether or not it's possible to beat Alabaster Temple party mode alone using a fresh character like this. I don't think it's going to be possible. But we're going to try. How long till I can get tier? There are some laws I will not break, and one of those includes sending children in the mail. Got it? Plus, I already said that I wasn't going to accept any benefits from people that a normal player wouldn't have. Alright, Mr. Pope. I'm not even going to use this one mount that I have. Actually, I could just go by owned. There it is. This one mount that I have, because technically this, even though I got it free from a code, it's not possible to get codes anymore, so I have restricted the use of that mount. Alright, now we get to hand out flyers. Everybody's favorite quest of the whole game is handing out flyers. And my personal philosophy is if you just go back and forth between these two people, they're the closest two together. You know, I don't hate the tails. I think they look cool. But they are a little bit much for this outfit. They're a bit much. While we're in Navia, we may as well accept all these quests, huh? Guardian Knights. Oh, while we're here, we'll get another envoy point. That's confirmed. Oh, I don't want to do that. But I do want to clean up all of these. Now this person here gives you quite a bit of Eidolon experience as you level up, if I remember correctly, and it might have been removed. I believe they give you one of the very large stones, like the super fancy ones that'll upgrade you past 60 in one go. Alright, and that quest where they give you the Mana Starstones is actually how you unlock the ability to fortify your skills. But I would not recommend spending them unless you have an Eidolon you really like. So you can either use them on whatever Eidolon just to get back the spot in your inventory because you can't store these in the warehouse, or you can save them and have a spot in your inventory occupied for quite a while. And like I said earlier, I don't think there's any reason to keep these original costumes once you've picked something else you like, because they can't go in the warehouse, they can't be traded, they can't be dyed, there's nothing about them that's worth keeping if you've got something else you like. So I'm just gonna go ahead and toss it out. Alright, back to the quest. Oh, anti-epidemic attack. The anti-epidemic attack is a quest that you can accept from the auto-accept list. I do not know how long this will be in game. It's been in there for more than a year. You can probably guess what inspired it. But the first time you do it, once the game lets me talk to him again, they give you a mask. Make sure you're social distancing. And it is a face equip of the green quality that is completely not in tune with my vibe, so because it's got a nice damage taken -2 effect on it, I'm gonna keep it on, but uncheck it so that you can see my beautiful smile. And then once you've done that quest for the first time, you can check in with him every day to get a 3-hour-long buff and a token. And the tokens you can exchange for either a candy that it's really only 30 minutes of move speed and resistances, or you can save up 5 days worth to pick the mask that you want. Anyway, that's the anti-epidemic attack. The rest of these NPCs are other things. Other events, which means they may not be there. But the anti-epidemic attack one's been there for like over a year now, so I think we're safe to say that one will be sticking around a while longer. Alright, and now we're back out. Heading towards Alabastron. There's a little bit yet before we can actually go there. Alright, so last time we didn't really bother going until we got the exact stat that I wanted, but I am going to try again. I believe I already bought the recipes last time. Here we go. Let's see if we can't get a move speed core. Man. I'm going to start tossing them out while crafting. Oh, I got an Imperial. Of course. Plinko in chat has demanded that I explain cores. So the point of a core is to choose the bonus stats that go along when you craft your gear. So for example, this one, because it's got the prefix Imperial, it means I used an Imperial core, and I got the stats move speed +3. So Imperial cores are the move speed cores. Other ones, you can see here we've got the Spidery, that'll give you a 1% bonus to speed and HP, damage defense for Spiky, Spidery, speed and HP again, Lucky, loot drop rate. Basically, it just adds bonus stats to the base stats of any type of gear. I'm not min-maxing starter cores, I just don't want to be slow. And personally, I think that when it comes to gear, this is a really cheap way, because it only costs like 10 silver to buy each of the ingredients, right? So I want my magical pollen, Imperial core. I don't think it's min-maxing, but if I were giving someone advice and they were complaining they were too slow, that's what I'd say. I'd say go make your, go craft multiple cores until you get the one you want. So I'm gonna unequip that beefy core and stick on my Imperial lunar pollen. Oh, I see. When I've got a lock on, it doesn't allow me to actually switch the gear. There we go. Voila! And now I've got 3% more move speed. Can't you feel the speed? And my inventory's a mess, but it was totally worth it. Right, so the different cores you can get for armor are the same across all armor every level, and the different cores that you can get on weapons are the same across all weapons of every level. But which cores you want to use depends. Most people recommend using Bestial. No, you actually can't sell these cores to the NPC. I tried on the first one, so that's why I'm just kind of tossing them out. But yeah, once you're actually crafting gear, most people would say Bestial is the way to go for your armor because it's the one that gives you HP and damage. Imperial ones, obviously, are great if you want to make a move speed set. And that's what some people do, myself included, is on a second gear tab, I've got a move speed set, because you can switch between your gear sets in battle using F10, 11, and 12. So like you can run to the boss using your move speed set, and then swap over to your damage set once you get to the boss. I don't think that's a viable option for brand new players because you're not going to be able to craft a move speed set that you'll be able to survive in. Even me, this pathetic excuse for a move speed set where I've got Imperial Armadillo gauntlets is... It may be 3% faster, but I'm losing too much. Well, I've got a level 35 Dimension Hall, but still no quest to get the original starter Eidolons, so I guess, yeah, they have removed it. That's interesting. That's an interesting choice. So when I was playing on my Stellar Saphir, I did get a regular Eidolon voucher. So if they've added an Eidolon voucher for every character you level, I think it might be a fair trade-off. Because it's not even the right guy to attack. The Eidolon vouchers can be exchanged in here. You just head over to the Eidolon category. Because all these Eidolons here aren't necessarily equal choices for every class, so it's kind of nice that you get the opportunity to choose one you want. Now what I'm looking for here is Kotonoha. Hey, hold on a second here. Okay, I think this is a way to break down keys now. You can exchange one Kotonoha's key of Gaia for 6 fragments. So I guess if you were to accidentally get too many keys and need to break them apart for some reason. Oh! Right, so some people have an issue where they're opening up eggs and they get too many keys. I know, cashier problem. But their problem is they get a key when what they actually wanted was 5 fragments to do a wish, or some fragments to do an upgrade, and they have to basically just stare at the key and wish that they had gotten fragments instead. So they've actually added in a system whereby you can exchange the key for less fragments than a full key, but at least then you're still able to actually upgrade the, or you're still able to do the wish. We haven't talked about wishes because it's not exactly something to focus on in the very first day of playing, but your Eidolon wish is by giving specific items that each Eidolon asks for, you get bonus stats that stack across your entire account. And the last one will always require a full key. So I actually really like that they've got a way for you to change your key for some fragments, even though you might look at it and think, who the heck would trade a key for less than 10 fragments? That's what it's for. But watch out, don't get confused thinking that you're getting a full thing here. Like, look! Who the heck would trade a full key of Santa Kingyo for 8 fragments? Well, someone that really needed some fragments to do her wish. That's who. Anyway, back on the key section here. Oh, there's still fragments listed there. Is it under special? Hey, I haven't had enough coffee. The last one always requires 5 fragments, so if you have a full key, you just get to stare at it thinking, why do I have a full key? And it wasn't the skill upgrade that needed, or I guess it was the combo skill here. For your starter, you just use the hero emblems. Oh, you're right, you're right. I don't know why my brain wasn't working there. So under the boost area. There we go. Yeah, so some of these Eidolons would be a much better choice for a new player than the original Eidolons they gave you. Now, obviously, once I get my Key of Gaia exchange voucher, under normal circumstances, I would say we gotta pick tier, because obviously I'm a tier fan, but I'm just not sure that that's necessarily the best choice as a new player. And I'm trying to give advice for new players, you know? Thanks for reminding me though, Plinko. It's been quite a while since I've had to use vouchers. I can't even drink the coffee. I'm not a high enough level. Yeah, I know what you meant by the combo skill requiring the upgrade. It's just that I don't know. I'm not entirely sure how useful that is. For the most part, you're not going to be using your combo skills in battle. The best benefit they bring is a cool cutscene and a little bit of time where you're not taking damage. Maybe play some Shirayuki here. So for the most part, you're probably, especially once you get later in game, not going to bother using your combo skill. But they did add a system recently where you can upgrade the combo skill into a new thing that adds more effects. And obviously your starter Eidolons are never going to be the best in slot Eidolon for any build. But yeah, move speed minus 35% and evasion minus 5%, that's really not going to do much for your ability to defeat bosses. So I don't know that it's necessarily worth it, especially on your starter Eidolon. These soul recharge, or the star stones, are a little bit tricky to get your hands on. I think it's not worth going over that right now. Yeah, my inventory's getting full. No, I wasn't supposed to do that. I was supposed to use the energy index on him. Alright, that's 2 hours in, so I've got 2 hours left today. And we're just about to get to the first dungeon. Alright, where are those engineers? Alright, so you can place your bets now, whether or not you think it'll be possible for me to get through party mode on my own. Because we're pretty darn close to entering. Yeah, I really want to get close to my Flame Slash Mastery, so I'll take that, even though it's not necessarily the best choice right here. Do we have Zeal yet? Yes, we do. So I'm going to switch over to Zeal. And I think I'm happy with the rest of the masteries as they are. Alright, Plinko thinks I can beat party mode. But I'm not forting my gear because I've only got 73 fragments. So let's see what happens. I mean, not immediately this second. We're almost there. We'll do the solo mode first, and then we'll look at... Oh, I guess I do have some fragments now. So we give it a shot. We'll fortify up our armor a bit and go for it. actually not entirely sure what this dimensional crystal is. It says allows for you to exchange for something with the dimensional sorcerers. I don't even remember where I got it from. Oh, thanks, Vidalian. Just gonna check whether or not this... Oh. Huh. Okay, I think I got this this crystal fragment from doing the Dimension Hall one time, and it looks like you can pick up titles? That's actually new. I had no idea that that was there, so I'm gonna keep that handy. And we'll have to see which levels of Dimension Hall will actually give you that crystal, because I've been doing the S level Dimension Halls for a while, and I don't remember seeing that before. Alright, so we're going to start with solo mode for my quest, but solo challenge, because I think I can handle that. Yeah, I don't think this will be an issue. I already said I wasn't going to accept any presents from anybody that a normal player wouldn't have. No pineapple juice. No children in the mail. And for heaven's sake, no coffee that I can't even drink. Look at this. It says I'm not strong enough to drink coffee. It doesn't know anything about me. Although I gotta say, sponsorship is tempting. Oh, you gonna tell me orange soda's better than coffee? Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Alright, my inventory's almost full again. So what can we toss? I don't need those. I feel like that's important. But if it was all that important, they wouldn't let me toss it. I should have cleaned out my inventory at the bank before I came in here. What potion is orange? I think defense potions? Fortitude potions are orange, so I guess that's kind of like orange soda. Alright, so as expected, solo challenge. Oh, shoot. I did need that crescent gem that I tossed, thinking that if it was important, I wouldn't be able to toss it. So that was smart. Alright, time to find out if I, Time to find out if I accidentally, soft-locked myself by tossing out a quest-required item. Or hard lock, I guess. Destroy my character on a stream intended to be for new players? Do I just get to say, okay, make sure you don't do that? That was really dumb. That was really dumb. We're gonna go a little bit faster this time. Can't believe I just tossed out a required item. looking at it, knowing that it was a quest item. I'm just gonna bring the mobs with me. I think I can take them all at once. Alright, Odom, hand over the quest. Okay, yeah, I got another copy of the Crescent Gem. And that is normal. Under normal circumstances, if you accidentally toss out a quest item, or you have a buff that comes with the quest and you log out so it expires, all you gotta do is just abandon your quest and go back, with one exception. And that's when you're at the Wrathborn Temple Showdown, where for some reason they make it so you can't abandon the quest, and instead you have to use a teleport scroll item that they give you. Alright, let's make quick work of this guy, and then we'll give party mode a shot. The tails are too big! Alright, now that we have successfully made it through without throwing away quest important items, let's head right back into party mode and see how well we do. I'm just gonna toss all this stuff into my bank, because we don't really need it right now. I might want to equip this. Okay, let's go. Whew. Oh, up to level 65, so that's all the ones that you can do alone. Now I think Shirayuki has a healing skill? Yes! Well, this would certainly be a lot easier if I was playing a class that had a more effective healing, but it is what it is. Let's go. As long as I keep up my rage, I'm not doing too bad. Alright, so the rage mechanic is just for this class, but as you can see, if I keep this bar at full, I keep my, I guess it's fury. I keep my fury at max, which increases my stats, so I do more damage, and because my healing skill is an absorption, by doing more damage I'm able to recover more health. Oh, I still don't have enough speed. Alright, this isn't too bad. This is totally doable. I mean, if I let my Fury, or the, yeah, if I let the Fury down, I absolutely will not be doing enough damage to lifesteal. But it's fine. You can't really build up Fury super well, but you can alternate between Aftershock and Whirlwind Slash to build it a little bit outside of battle. I don't think you're able to keep it full very easily that way, though. Oh, I got another Envoy Path Node. So I'm gonna finally take one of my Flame Slash buffs. We love Flame Slash here. I'm gonna be either really smart or really dumb and gather up all of these mobs so that I've got more people to absorb health from. That was smart. See, I got them all. All dead. I should point out that I do have the epidemic prevention buff as well. So that's 5% detail damage, which we haven't talked about at all because I didn't think we were really at a point to talk about stats. But for now, it's just an extra damage multiplier. Totally doable. And I'm actually going to switch out the bunny ring for the Odom. Ah, again, they got me with the lock. I was intending to swap that out when I started the dungeon, but I forgot about it. So that's how good I am at remembering to upgrade my gear. Oh boy. Ooh, getting a little bit dicey here. Shirayuki, I could use some heals. Close call. Oh, I keep trying to use Soaring Slash when it's not reset yet. Okay, so Obviously, that was quite challenging to get through. Not impossible. The main key is that you have to be able to recover enough health, and that's really going to depend on your class. So if you've got a class that's got any kind of healing ability, I don't think that this would be an issue for you. Honestly, it's just a matter of being able to recover your health enough while still doing a bit of damage, and that's another reason why I picked Ravager, is because it's not like super stacked with healing skills where you feel like you're invincible no matter what you're fighting. All it's got is 1% recovery, which is weaker than Noct, or the Nocturnal Core, as we mentioned earlier about the cores that you're going to use. My personal preference is to use Nocturnal Cores on basically every single class, even when you pick a healing subclass, because then you can use the healing just for the buffs that come alongside the healing and focus on dealing damage, not having to swap over to the super high HP skills, or HP recovery skills. Anyway, while we're here performing the ceremony, coffee time. See, if I had a professional rigger do my model instead of just me and a screenshot of my favorite character, I would have definitely asked for a drinking coffee animation. That would have been like #1 priority on the list. Instead, you get a static image of a cup here. Alright. Oh, I can't open items while we're here. Yeah, it really doesn't take long, and honestly, I think level is a big reason why I was able to pass the party dungeon in the gear that they give you free. Because when you're facing enemies of a lower level, it actually does affect the amount of damage that you take from them. Now, my biggest thing so far is that, yeah, we're not getting much speed. It's really key to get your speed up to 50%, because not only does this affect your ability to use skills, speed will actually also increase the speed of your ticks on your heals over time. So it's really important to get your speed up to 50%. And I'm noticing now that the Gaia gear doesn't have any speed on it, so that's... Well, clearly it's possible to beat things in the Gaia gear, but you really, really need high speed to be able to spam the skills that you want. Most rotations will count on it. Oh, you do! You do get the level 40 orange gear now, which as soon as I clean out my inventory will open up. Alright, just get rid of that. I really don't need... You know, I actually think I do need those. There's those Annalisa quests in Navia that'll have you do some crafting, so I'll keep the crafting stuff. Just stock it away in here. Oh, no, I want that. Hey, I'll put that in there, put that in there. Oh, I should probably use another proof of mission, since we're going to be going for another hour and a half. Advanced box. Here we are. This is our advanced growth gear. It also doesn't have any speed. So, yeah, the Gaia gear is nice for the experience, but it's not great for actual use. That's really interesting. Now, this level 40 unrefined armor chest, this is the one I was talking about earlier, where when you open it, you get a full set of ambusher gear and 5 superior transfer scrolls. So, actually, this doesn't have speed on it either. Man, where's all the speed? Alright, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to pop the ambusher set onto an alternate tab. and then go back to the aura set. Okay, and then the Gaia Cube level 40. Hey look, this one includes the exact same set, but also gives us a Nori Pan. Alright, so we'll swap out these. The advanced box, it was in the colored chest that you get from the level 30 thing in the mail. Well, that's nice to know, Plinko. I literally had no idea about those titles that you had there, so honestly, good thing we're doing this. But yeah, the advanced box for the aura gear, it was when at level 30 you get the Uber goodie box in the mail, and it's included in the boxes that come out of that. So just watch your inventory carefully as you keep opening up all these bonus things. Wow, my inventory is full. It'll be a while before we hit level 50, so I'll go ahead and just stow those all away safely. Gaia fragments and the fragment scrolls are all the same thing. As you can see, now I'll be able to fort anything I want. Since we're starting to get fragments, and they've been giving us tons of fortification scrolls. And let's check out the advanced Gaia axe. Now, this is my first time using an advanced one. They actually do have an experience boost on it. It's not just that the stats increase. Oh, so we'll unlock that and equip our new one. Doesn't look very cool though. So I guess an interesting thing will be to compare whether or not using the Harvey weapon will be better than using the advanced aura. I guess we'll find out. Now, I should probably feed Grimm. That's gonna be too much, isn't it? Yep, it was too much. Oh well. Yeah, Harvey Weapon has an easy 5 stars, but this one gets stronger until level 75. So I'm curious as to which one will actually be better for new players to use, so we can run dungeons with both. Once we get there, of course. We're still a ways away from that. There we are. Honestly, I've got 2 screens, and they're both quite large, but I feel like I need more. Of course, if you give me the option to have more screens, I just wouldn't stop until my entire wall is just screens. And here's where we start getting the accessory fortification scrolls. So those don't drop in a ton of places in the game. For the most part, you're going to get them by running dungeons that open up at level 50. No, the Otherworld dungeons that drop them actually don't start until a little bit later, if I remember, now that I think about it. Oh, you know what? I forgot. If you do... The way they changed Dimension Hall, you can't do multiple Dimension Halls in a day anymore. So I'm just out of luck for 35. You know, Josh Strife Hayes has a good channel, and I like the points that he brings up about different games. But when I watched him review Aura Kingdom, I felt that I don't want to say he's disingenuous about the way that he reviews the games, because I think he does bring up a lot of points. But I did think that he's unnecessarily harsh on some very small details. And while someone who's brand new to the game probably needs to hear that kind of thing, as someone who's played it for a long time and knows where those relevant points are, it's kind of like... Yeah, I don't know. I definitely find his humor to be enjoyable. And I remember that when a community came up and said, hey, look, you completely missed the point of something and you were wrong on points, they actually revealed a whole bunch. Like, he actually went back and re-reviewed the game when the community came back to him. So I do really respect him for properly communicating with people after the fact. But I do think he can be a little bit too... He gets hung up on some small details and without knowing how relevant those can be to the later game. And obviously you're not going to ask somebody who plays that many MMOs to sink in enough time. Like, oh, you can't review Aura Kingdom until you've played for 300 hours. No, that's not how it works, right? Because you've got to find a game fun right off the bat. And one of the reasons why I decided to start again from zero is because I know for a fact that a lot of things have changed about the new player experience. So, for example, finding out that you don't get Sigrun and Gigas right away, that's quite a change. So I want to see whether or not the new player experience is actually viable. And so far, I'm thinking that it is. Like, when I first started playing this game way back in the day, you would have had to... And I know I'm talking about the original open beta, like when it first released in English. We're talking like 9 years ago now. Obviously the experience was completely different. You wouldn't have necessarily even been high enough level to enter Alabastron Temple by the time you got to that dungeon. So definitely the experience of new players changes over time, and what Josh Strife Hayes saw when he was playing, I don't think that it was necessarily the best experience for a new player. Actually at that time the new class was a little bit buggy. And that was an experience that he had, was that he had issues with the class. Of course, he also happened to pick one of the best classes in the game, so if he had stuck with it, he would have been able to really experience the most powerful gameplay. I mean, back then, Chibi was actually considered to be the best class in the game. So, well, it is what it is. I decided I didn't want to play the best class in the game because that's not the experience of most players. You're not gonna look at the game and be like, oh, I only want to play Chibi because it's the best class. You're gonna be like, I want to play with a giant axe because giant axes are super cool. Well, he's not necessarily reviewing the game per se. He's comparing it against the experience of other MMOs. So I don't think he had bad points. I just think that he doesn't know how relevant his points are to the long-term experience of a game. And I'm gonna say, I think that's fair, because if you're gonna start an MMO, it's really gotta catch you right away. And that's one of his big points, is that if the game doesn't catch you right away, you're just gonna quit, and you're not gonna get to see what it has to offer, right? Like, I'm not gonna say that you can't... Well, he doesn't really claim to be reviewing them, right? He's just experiencing them. And again, and again, because the chat is like 30 seconds behind, I know we're not really talking live here against what I'm saying, but as a matter of fact, whenever he reviews a game or looks at a game, and I know I used the word review right after saying that I don't think it's really a review, he's reviewing the new player experience on games. So when he looks at a game and he gets 800,000 views, 700,000 views, that brings a lot of eyes to games that wouldn't have that kind of... It brings a lot of eyes to games that don't really have that kind of pull in attention anymore. And right after he tried it, we actually did see a lot of people who thought what he said didn't bother them and they wanted to try it. My channel says I work a lot of overtime, and I haven't worked any overtime in like 3 whole weeks. Oh, but anyway, I don't really want to get into an argument about a really huge creator or anything right now. Let's just say that he's got some good opinions, and he's got opinions I disagree with, and it's good for there to be a lot of different perspectives on games. Because not every game is for everybody. And right now, Aura Kingdom is kinda the only anime MMO that I'm willing to give the time of day. And I think one of the reasons for that is because it's a little bit older, it doesn't have a lot of the more predatory sort of style things that have come into play. It's not that it doesn't have like gacha and that kind of stuff, because they even changed the name of the Eidolon bags to gacha bags, but it doesn't have like the flashy animations. It doesn't have the fancy sound effects. It's like when you're rolling the Paragon table, which is a gambling table, it doesn't have the same sort of addicting hooks that a lot of the newer games use. So like you don't get really fancy animations or dopamine receptor triggers. It's just straight up, you got a chance for an item. And that's one of the things that I think I like about this game. Yeah, it is fair to say that you can't be reviewing the full game if you're only getting to level 30. That's 100% fair. But at the same time, somebody's basically going to have decided whether or not they want to play an MMO by then, right? Like, you're not going to put 40 hours into playing a game. Yeah, Sazin, you make great points there. I agree. He's not really reviewing the game, he's reviewing the experience of starting it, and whether or not, for a beginner, it's easy to figure out what you're doing. But yeah, what I was saying about, just in general, newer MMOs, like, I haven't tried Tower of Fantasy. I feel like I probably should. But just personally, I get kinda yeah when games have a whole lot of like the really predatory dopamine receptor triggering animations, because dang it, I fall for them. Don't even ask about my Genshin account. Don't ask. It's been a very expensive month. Oh, Tower of Fantasy isn't so hot, eh? Maybe that makes me want to try it more. If I'm less likely to like it, I'm more likely able to get away before I get addicted to any of the gambling. Resilient Bark, where are you? Maybe that's another tip for new players. When you're targeted onto an enemy, you can see their drops by clicking the loot button on their little nameplate. So I can clearly check and see I am fighting the right enemies, they're just not giving me the stuff I want. Come on. There we are. You know, I think I don't have a good comparison for Aura Kingdom because, like, I actually tried Final Fantasy XIV, and I think I like Aura Kingdom better. Just the way that motion works in combat, where you're dodging and attacking at the same time, I wasn't able to find the same kind of enjoyment out of the gameplay from Final Fantasy XIV. Obviously, I didn't play it very far, but in the same way that if it just doesn't grab you right off the bat, sometimes you don't want to get to end game just to see it get better. You want to have fun now, right? So when you ask for an MMO that's similar, part of the reason why I'm still playing Aura Kingdom right now is because I don't really know about anything that's similar. It really is. The best thing Aura Kingdom's got to offer is just the active feel of its combat system. Like, again, I didn't play Final Fantasy XIV for very long, but it felt extremely similar to, what was the other X-Legend MMO? Gosh, I played it for like a year. The older X-Legend MMO that also transferred over. It was Aura Kingdom and... and the other thing about Aura Kingdom is, I mean, right now, obviously, I don't have a lot of cosmetic options, but I really like the costumes. Like, I mean, look at me. I made myself an avatar of my favorite costume. It wasn't Eden Eternal, now that I think about it. What was the other one? Grand Fantasia, that's the one I was thinking of. Gosh. The combat from Final Fantasy XIV and Grand Fantasia felt the same to me. And I'm sure that once you get further in, they couldn't be further from the same thing. But it felt the same. It felt like stand here, press skills, move. Whereas in Aura Kingdom, like, I've never turned off the sound effects for combat because the audio cues have always helped me get in my jump casting right. I just find it to be a lot more fun. Oh, I need to find Halo Grass. You guys are distracting me. I'm not even doing the quests properly anymore. Did I make somebody upset by comparing Final Fantasy XIV to Grand Fantasia? Oops. Oh well. Well, I'm sure that very few people would like to hear one of the largest MMOs currently be compared to a complete, well, not complete no-name, but a next to no-name game. But... No, since I'm playing with earplugs right now, I can just barely make out the sounds. But then again, my speed is so slow that I'm not doing proper rotations anyway. I can't wait to get my speed up. Yeah, normally I turn off the game audio except for the sound effects and just listen to my own music, but gotta have those sound effects on. That's one of the reasons why I kind of don't like Whip as much as I used to. They changed the sound effects. And I will admit that the original Whip sound effects kind of sounded like pasta being thrown at a wall. But right now I think it's too loud. The new effect definitely does sound like a whip. The flash of AK? I don't know what that means. Oh, didn't even notice it. Get another node for my flame slash. But everybody wants to go fast. The the current meta of gameplay is that you beat dungeons as fast as you possibly can. No, like the flash is in like SAO or the flash is in like the superhero. I'm only kind of half auto running, half manually controlling where I'm going because auto run is a bit. Auto run is mostly fine on the earlier maps, but once you get into the later maps, it does get kind of odd. But yeah, sometimes the fastest way to go somewhere is through a river, even if it takes off your mount. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say that anybody would accept to move slowly when they could go faster. But in general, the meta for the for endgame right now is that you want to run as many dungeons as possible, as fast as possible. So you need to have a high move speed, because physically moving faster is one of the main ways to get faster. Hey, crime? What No! If I had moderators, Plinko would be muted for like 5 minutes right now because it keeps telling everybody that I'm committing crimes. Don't listen to him if he says that I kidnapped a child, because he's the one that sent the child to me and I sent him back. Speaking of which, I probably should send back your strength tonics. I'm gonna keep the coffee though, because it's depressing that I can't even drink it. Yeah, the S level 20 dungeons, they're a lot of instant death mechanics. Or at least that was my experience when I tried the first one alone. Now that I've done it a couple times, I'm starting to get a little bit more used to the way you gotta move to avoid getting hit with the death. But I did return everything except the murky mocha, because that's the item on my desk. I'm allowed to have one in game, right? I don't know if you guys could tell, but the murky mocha is actually the item that I used to make that little coffee on my desk. You can see them right next to one another. I made the plate myself. Let me know how my plate creation skills are. I also made this tier figure myself. Oh, did they? I actually haven't played solo mode. You'd think I would, considering I'm still actively leveling up my my main. Good old Midday from is on the way to S30. But I haven't been running solo mode. I really should. I don't know if you guys know this, but if you look at the leaderboard for achievements, I'm pretty good at achievements! Which is another way of saying I've played the game for a long time. That's me. But yes, there's achievements for running the solo mode enough times as well, so I probably should get onto running solo mode again, especially if they fix the insta-death. Where's that quest? There we are. Now, the last time you watched me do this quest, if you were in the last live stream, I was one-shotting every single one of these robots because your personal stats do count here. This time, I do not have that benefit, so let's see how it goes. Why, what's on leaderboard normal mode? There you are. As for me, I'm only doing about 5% per day, so I'm not so high up. Archive lag. Oh. Accuracy! So I don't know that accuracy is going to be my issue. I think pen is, but that's what we're here to find out. We're here to find out what advice new players need to be able to get to Awakening and get through it. Geez, I don't even remember what the skills do. I haven't done this properly in forever. Alright, we have punch, shield, break, and heal. Gotcha. So we're gonna start with a punch. Shield. But the way that it works is kind of similar to the Fight Club in Navia, and I know we don't talk about Fight Club, but it's not quite as well tuned as the Fight Club is. That's my experience anyway. Nowadays, even in Fight Club, I just one-shot everything. Alright, one more fight. I know, there's one rule and I broke the rule. It is what it is, sadly. I don't know what to call it if I can't call it what it is. That thing in Navia doesn't really break it down enough, does it? Come on, let me at him. I get to break the rule as long as I can justify it, huh? I don't think that's how it works. At least, as a game sage, I most certainly would not say that as long as you can justify breaking a rule, you're allowed to break it. I'm not even really taking that much damage. I think I'd be fine to just ignore his punches. You know, I seem to remember they added that, and once you have enough points, it automatically brings up the window to assign more points, but because I've played so long that wasn't an option, I forget about it. You're right, I probably should do that next time, because the point of this is for teaching new players all the tricks. Yeah! You're right. I do know that. It's just that in the heat of the moment, I forget, because it wasn't an option before. Alrighty, now we're not far off the second dungeon. So it's about time to see. Do you think we'll be able to beat party mode of... What's the dungeon here called again? G'day Glen? Yeah. G'day Glen! Oh dear. What's this? Like, you know, if you want to download it again, I'd say go for it. It's not like you need to spend money or commit to it. As you can see, it's perfectly playable as a new person. You get all your speed boosts and... Yeah, I got them. crime am I committing now? Come on. I am the main character of an MMO. I have a certain amount of leeway to commit some crimes in this world at the requirement that I save some people too. I think I'm justifying some terrible things here, so I'm going to be quiet. Yeah, if you just try it out for a couple of days, see if you like the vibe. What? Can we not accuse me of crimes? This is literally my first stream with speaking and the avatar, and already you guys are committing me or accusing me of committing crimes. The only crime here is that I only have one more mouthful of coffee left, and I don't have a model for an empty cup of coffee. So maybe I'll make that next time. I kind of wish I knew how to do like an animated steam off the coffee cup though. I think that would be fun. I did not kill that kid. That was Seraph. He is not human. When defeated, they respawn. Next quest is back over here. So that's one of the interesting things, is they're not giving me a good indicator of the next quest sometimes, so... Yeah, I don't know that I like that. I kind of wish that they didn't make you... I know why. Originally you would accept both the quest to get the meat, as well as return to what's-his-face at once. So you'd get the meat and turn that in at the same time as going over to talk to that dude again. So that's the reason why that spot kind of feels weird. Goats. Yeah, I think my major crime here... My major crime here, I think, is mostly lying about how much coffee is present on my desktop at this time. Honestly, starting fresh might be the better choice right now. I mean, I kind of glanced over it pretty quickly before, but they actually changed it so you get the Envoy Cube at level 1, and I'm expecting at some point soon I should get my hands on an Eidolon of Choice fragment, or voucher. Anytime now, I think. Alright, we are almost at the dungeon. So, place your bets now. Can I get through party mode? All things considered, the transfer definitely could have gone smoother. Personally, I didn't experience a lot of the issues that other players did. But it kind of is what it is at this point. If you don't have your code, they are still helping people get their accounts back if they want them. But yeah, starting from fresh, they've definitely improved the new player experience. Twinkle thinks I need to buff Shirayuki, not Grimm. I guess I'm gonna kill these guys. You know, I've got some Eidolon experience stuff in my warehouse, I think, so maybe I'll give that a shot. Oh, I'll just use the stuff I have here. I'm actually gonna definitely go Bard subclass, and there's two reasons for that. Number one is that I like Bard. I like the detail damage that you get, and number two is that it's a good choice basically for all newbies. You get healing in a clutch, and I'm going to show you guys once I get there. I am hoping to get to the end of Demarek by the end of my allotted 4 hours today. But there's a really easy trick that you could do to get yourself a lifesteal weapon. And Bard has a lot of choices for lifesteal weapons that you can get easily that also have a 5% move speed buff. So as always, my brain is completely consumed by how do I get more move speed. Yeah, the last patch included a lot of buffs for several classes. I actually have a S level 11, what do you call them, duelist? And I'll be honest, I have not even read the buffs, but I believe they have made the one-hit nuke skill even better. And I've said this a lot of times, that I think that duelist has the highest potential for a one-hit nuke of all the classes in the game. I think I was chatting with someone about it before, and we decided that duelist probably was the first class that would be able to one-shot the elite Sky Tower bosses. If there was a class that was able to do it, it would be duelist. Alright, this is almost at the dungeon now. Honestly, more than HS. With the right setup, I think duelist is the one to do it. Brawler and duelist are different classes. I think Brawler is an interesting choice nowadays. I really like the way that the buffs work. That you can, basically the way that the Brawler works is that by using certain skills you get different charges, and then your healing skill releases the charges. Once you've got fully stacked and released charges, just activating one point of either side keeps your charges full on both sides, alongside healing. But I didn't mean that it's a one-shot in respect to, sorry, this is back to duelist, but I don't mean one-shot in respect to literally one hit, but one-shot in respect to highest single-hit damage, right? So, in the same way that like Dimension Shot on bow leaves the trail that does damage. You wouldn't really call it a one shot if the boss was getting nuked by the dots, but it is one skill doing one ridiculous amount of damage, right? That's kind of what I mean, is that duelist has the highest potential on a single skill. Although you're right, I didn't quite phrase it that way. But yeah, for Brawler, I really like the way that their buff works, that you can easily keep up the full stacks of all your benefits. But it does feel like Brawler really wants to be a physical class, and physical classes are just really expensive to build right now, because there's not a lot of free-to-play options. A certain someone who definitely is not me being biased. I swear this is actually not me that came up with this. But yeah, someone told me recently they think that Tyr is the best physical Eidolon for free-to-play players right now. So I'm putting that out there. And I mean, the reason for that is because basically all their effects are just non-elemental specific. But yeah, Tyr best Eidolon. I'm not going to argue with that. But in general, physical doesn't have a lot of easy ways to be buffed right now. So Brawler, I think, is probably most effective as physical. But you can definitely play it as a flame. And that's what I play on my Brawler, is I play flame. Oh, I can't wait till I get a bouncing flame slash. Well, I mean, you're gonna think I'm biased, even if I'm being honest that this was a discussion that I had with a player who's very concerned about meta. Because I've literally got a statue of him on my desk. But yeah, Duelist is usually played as Holy because they're the main nuke skill is a Holy skill. But you're really only buffing that one skill if you're playing Holy. It's just a really good skill. As for Tyr versus Santa Tyr, the benefit of Santa Tyr... I'm actually going to go with the benefit of Santa Tyr is that he's a lightning Eidolon. So if you're playing on a lightning class, Santa Tyr is a really good lightning buffer. But regular Tyr, especially with all the Starstone upgrades, has a lot of benefits for just in general debuffing, which makes him a good choice for a non-elemental class, because right now there's really not that many options. And inventory is full. A Santa Tyr does have a good archive, but if you're talking about for use on field, they both have their place. Alright, we're going into party mode. Let's see what happens. So our gear is random accessories, advanced aura X, and we're probably going to want to use Shirayuki. Okay, it's not bad on the damage. I could drink that murky mocha now. But I think I'll stick with my triple cast iced tea. Oh yeah, we're taking some damage. Okay, that was a bit tight. My healing is coming from Shirayuki. One of her skills heals 6,000 HP, which isn't a lot normally, but when your HP is only 18,000, 6,000 is quite a bit. And the other is a Whirlwind Slash. It adds a healing effect to all of your attacks for 6 seconds, even though the Whirlwind Slash only lasts 3. So even after Whirlwind Slash ends, you still get a little bit of healing. And that only applies if you're using the Ravager as the main class. So if you had Ravager as a subclass, you wouldn't be getting the healing. And I really got to keep the Fury up, because that's what's really allowing me to actually do enough damage for that healing to have any effect at all. And in a pinch, the aftershock will stun everything around me, so I'm kind of saving that for a pinch. Okay, first boss, let's see. I did not mean to stun her right off the bat. That was not a smart move. Because another tip for newbies, you can only stun bosses once every 30 seconds. Oh boy. Those tornadoes are gonna get me, and I can barely tell them apart from my skill. I think we need a potion. Now, as the maker of the very famous auto potion video, you'd think that I would have put some potions in my auto potion, huh? How about it? How about that? Oh boy, it's getting kind of tight. Hey Shirayuki, can use some heals. Nice! Alright, so, that's pretty tight to get through that. That was a bit tricky. But the key is definitely Shirayuki. Yeah, normally I wouldn't use auto potion for potions either, but for new players it's definitely a good thing to not forget about. Did you know that my auto potions video is actually the most watched on my channel right now? I don't know how, but it seems to get the most consistent views out of any video I have ever made. Oh. I think we can take up a couple mobs. I think I took too many mobs. Alright, camera angle in here is kind of weird. Alright, ready for Naughty Pan? I'm not, but here we are. I should have learned my lesson and not gathered up all these mobs, but here we are indeed. Alright, don't get hit by the bombs. Gotcha. Yeah, this guy's not so hard to deal with. It was the tornadoes on Fia that were the challenge. With a little bit of ingenuity and jumping around a lot, you can absolutely get through this. As long as we don't get stunned for too long. I've never had a manual. Now that we have those in the packs that they've been handing out, they give you like 1-day manuals. I still have never used one of those because I feel like they're so rare and limited that I don't want to waste it. Let's try gathering up a little bit more. Alrighty. Yeah, at some point we're gonna have to use those 3-day manuals. That's just the thing with really rare, limited items, right? You want to save it for a good occasion and then you just never ever use it. I think there's one more patrol robot around here somewhere. Guess not. Alright, so totally doable as long as you're focused and concentrating. The soloing party dungeon experience can be yours right from the start of the game. As long as you know to keep a move on, because I don't think I could survive many of those red spots. And I started with 100 potions, so my potions are most certainly working over time. Alright, so I used 22 potions, but I absolutely could beat it. Yes! And that's the actual end of my coffee. Oh yes, the redder the carpet, the safer it is, because that's where the celebrities stand. Alrighty, we're about to get our hands on the sub-weapon. So it's almost time. Oh no, the spirit separator did not work. I guess we have to continue our quest. Need about inventory spots. Don't really need those. I'll sell off these. I don't need weapons. Just me double checking to make sure I'm not selling off those fancy boxes that have the fortification scrolls in them. Okay, inventory's fine. Okay, now before we head back to Navia for the next level quest section, I'm gonna check what the weapon store NPC sells here. So this is my secret trick that I do on every character. Is I find... Whoop. I literally do not even know what that achievement just then was. But anyway, the bronze harp here, as you can see, it's got move speed as a stat on it. But when you buy it, it adds another stat. So you see we got the nothing on this one because it's blue type. Wow, 2 tries. Normally it will take a bit longer than that, but if you just buy regular weapons from the store, you will eventually get one that's got nocturnal as the prefix. So this nocturnal prefix is the key to survival in basically most situations leading up to your awakening. And I personally like to pick one. Oh, you know what? You're right. That was probably what it was. It was probably that I was standing next to a conversation. Eavesdropping. Eavesdropping for achievements. I'm starting to feel like a criminal again. Nah. Maybe that's what we really needed in this game, was a crime counter. But anyway, you distracted me. My secret is that I always pick a weapon that's got move speed as a substat on it before you even... Like, if you see move speed as a stat on it before you even bought it, it means that it's guaranteed to have that, and then you just get nocturnal, and then you get the best 2 stats possible all in one go. Alright, let's go get our sub-weapon. For sure, you're going to need a weapon with pen much later, but right now, I'm probably going to be fine sticking with this nocturnal sub-weapon for quite a while, at least until, oh, still can't equip it. I haven't got my subclass. I don't want to be a 5-star criminal! That's not what my objective was here. Yep. Alright, my screen's gonna fade. So if you ever see somebody that's a high level that doesn't have a subclass, the truth is, you don't have to take a subclass. And some people do that as a challenge, but I love myself, so I'm not going to do that. But if you feel so inclined, the way that people... Yeah, I don't have to worry about pen yet. But anyway, if you feel so inclined, the way that people get away with not having a subclass is they just take this window and they put it somewhere where it's not gonna bother them. Something like that. And voila, you can play subless. But I love myself, so I am taking a subclass. Unfortunately, once you have a subclass, there is no going back. You cannot get back to subless. You would have to restart if you wanted to play with no subclass. But look at that. Now we're at 245% move speed while mounted. And I like putting Ballad on the tilde, so it's really close to the rest of my skills. And the benefit of Bard as a subclass is that every time you heal yourself, you're gonna get Tunes of March. And this is the real draw of using Bard as a subclass. Not necessarily the healing so much as these buffs that you get every time you heal. So you can kind of see a little bar down here. I'll put these in a good spot. If you use a Bard attack skill, you'll lose some of those attack buffs and gain a healing buff. So basically, if you just kind of throw a Ballad in now and then, you get to keep the attack buffs. And the other benefit to Bard as a subclass is the Rhapsody buff. He's only 10% move speed, but everybody loves move speed. I'm not sure what you mean by core eidolons, but I did do a review of basically all of the older eidolons in sets of videos, as well as I've been doing individual reviews of the basic eidolons. Or of the new eidolon, sorry. But if you mean your starter eidolon, for the most part, no. It's not really worth putting a ton of investment into them. They're stuck on your bar, so I get it if you want to, because you have them there anyway. So if you have like, if you have Chiyu, you can use her as a dark buff. She's not the best dark buff in the game, but she's absolutely a dark buff. So you could invest into her, and then you could put like a move speed, a cleansing, and like Otohime as a super big attack buff eidolon in your bar, and you still have the dark buff alongside all the other stuff. But she's not. None of the starter eidolons are going to be the best at anything. Personally, I actually really like using Merrily as a starter eidolon because she's got the move speed and life stealing stars. Those are the star buffs here. You can't activate them very fast, but in late game, personally, I like having a move speed eidolon that's got star buffs with move speed. And if you choose Merrily, she's got that right off the bat. You don't need to try and re-roll her into move speed or anything. So just my personal opinion is that, yeah, Merrily isn't going to be your best choice for most classes right off the bat, but in end game, I think she's one of the more usable ones. Letter event, oh, I don't think they're going to bring it back to the LP store. They said that that was in celebration of something. I forget what their rationale was, but I don't think they ever intended to have that be the same thing, or the same way that the events were run by Area, so, or Gamego. So no, I don't think we're getting the O back. And I tell ya, I got 6 O's because I bought before and after the reset, and I got nothing but LP out of those bags, so, I don't know that they were even really worth buying. I should have got the buffs. Yeah, I got the lowest LP amount from 5, and then the second lowest LP amount from the last one, so it is what it is. Needless to say, this is going to be a free-to-play account. Even my main account, I'm not spending any money on. It's just been rough lately, you know, prices of everything's going up. I just found out I need new tires on my car. It's gonna be an expensive month. And I guess, reminder to check the tires on your car if you've got a car. The winter is coming. Okay, though, it's I should probably double check the auto accept quest to see whether or not we have any secret eidolons hiding in there. Nope, it still looks like no eidolons. So not everybody's going to get our Lord and Savior Gigas anymore. That's an interesting choice. I don't know what I think about that. And I really should clean up my inventory. I don't remember what time it was that I ran the Temple of Gaia. It resets every 6 hours, so I don't know if I'd be able to go use the 2 Eligos before I leave. I think Summer Gigas is never going to be a thing, and we're just going to have to learn to live without it. But that's the life that we have to live. But you know who you really need? We really need a summer tier. I think it's really unfair that tier has only 2 forms, which isn't any better than any other Eidolon. I think that there should be an extra special summer tier form because I think tier is the best and we need more tier. They haven't released any Halloween Eidolons since the first 2 that they did, and I would advocate for even a Halloween tier as well. I think that we could have tiers of all kinds. I mean, it is what it is, but I know that you get a an Eidolon voucher at some point. It appears that it's going to be quite a ways down. So, I mean, I'm not entirely sure what Eidolon is going to be best to choose at that point. But I do hope you know it's going to take everything I have to not pick tier. Because while he is a good Eidolon, like we were talking about earlier, possibly one of the best free-to-play choices if you're going to play a physical class, but I am trying to make good choices for this specific character. Right, we've got half an hour left, so maybe time to focus a little bit more, because ideally I'd like to get through this map. And with the Nocturnal subclass, I wonder whether or not it's going to be easy to get through the dungeon here on party mode. While fighting alone. Not that I mean that it's been easy to get through the one so far. That last one actually was quite challenging. There was a couple points where I felt like I was very close to losing. Oh, you don't need to leave. I'm still watching chat. Field mobs aren't gonna get me anyway. Okay. I think the longest part of Demarek Mines is the quest at the altar where you gotta watch the story for like 5 minutes. So otherwise it's just a matter of getting through that. Holy moly, look how many fortification scrolls I've got already. And I already put some in my storage. They are being extremely generous with fortification scrolls. So, in the previous way that they had the quest set up, you would have to choose whether or not you wanted 1 weapon scroll or a couple armor scrolls. But now they're handing out like 10 armor scrolls in one quest and 5 weapon scrolls in one quest. You don't have to pick, you get both in some. And the accessory fortification scrolls, I would strongly recommend holding on to until later game. They'll make it a cinch to fort up a good trophy later in the game. So my objective is going to be to get my hands on one of these. So it's going to be a matter of getting enough golden dragon points. The power of ancients is not going to be a problem because they hand those out in the new packs to help you get your hands on the gear that you need to be able to go through Awakening. At least that's what I think. So we'll find out. And that's why I'm doing this. Whew. Yeah, I'll just take whatever. I'm gonna end up selling these to NPCs for G anyway. I mean, I guess this one's pretty cute. Fishing NPCs right over here. Most of the random NPCs around the map that have icons are going to have a store. And if they've got a store, they'll buy your stuff. Yeah, see, already up to over 1 gold. So, if you don't like those costumes, you can just sell them off for a little bit of quick G. I mean, obviously it's not much in the long run, but if you're buying weapons and having bad luck, like unlike me who got a nocturnal one in 2 tries, it'll give you enough G to get a couple more tries. Alright, the long quest. "20 minutes to go! Can I beat Demarek Mines in 20 minutes? It depends whether or not I goof up this quest like I did last time. Alright, we should be good. If you manage to break the movement lock, the quest won't start properly. And then, as normal, you can just re-accept the quest and try again. From here it's just a cutscene, so. You know, I actually made a pot of tea when I started, so it's true that I'm out of coffee, but I also have a cold pot of tea here now. So we can watch the cutscene and drink tea. The text is kind of small. I get the feeling you guys wouldn't even be able to read it on the stream, but in general, the story is just it's an MMO story. I mean, most people don't particularly care all that much about the plot of MMOs in general. If you do read it, they kind of give you the motivation for what's going on. And I think that when I was playing the first time, for the most part, I did read everything. They rationalize the reason why you're doing every single quest. But basically, Hazel has some kind of oath where she's not allowed to tell us what's going on with the Shadow Knight. So instead, she gives us a rune, and by not using her words to explain it, and instead allowing us to relive her memories, she gets around this somehow. Contractual loopholes. Make sure you know how to take advantage of them, I guess. This isn't adding to my crimes, right? Is peeking into someone's memories a crime? It might be. I mean, if something's not possible, can it be a crime? Peeking into someone's memories without consent. Technically, she gave us permission. And while I do see what you're saying about reading someone's diary, would it actually be a crime to read someone's diary? I'm not planning on reading anyone's diary, just to be clear. I'm just curious as to whether or not it would explicitly be a crime. I'm actually not curious because I have no intention of committing the crime of reading someone else's diary, okay? Just don't take that out of context. See, we've been discussing since the start about everything that we've done, and Plinko was earlier attempting to get me to publicly commit crimes as well, so... No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I feel like I should have put on a timer to see how long that cutscene was, because it always feels so long, and then I check the VOD and it's only like 3 minutes. Honestly, I was even surprised to see how long the Triatio negotiation quest was. I swear it was like 15 minutes in my memories, but nowadays I feel it goes by faster. Might have something to do with the move speed on my main account though, so... 15 minutes. You think we can get to the end of the map in 15 minutes? Yeah, we still gotta do all the stuff at the pool. Let's see, we've got the quests. We got the quests around the pool area, the quests around this area, and the quests around that area. So if we can do each section in about 5 minutes, we'll be just getting to the dungeon by the intended end of my stream. I think we are gonna go until I finish this map, though. That'll give me the motivation to pull too many mobs in the dungeon. Because so far I have actually avoided dying, even running party modes. Oh, a very serious answer. I applaud the amount of thought you put into that, because I'm busy frying my brain trying to run these quests again. You know, I found my old diary not too long ago. read the quest wrong. It's these guys. Right? Yeah. Yeah, my mother found a box of stuff that belonged to me in her garage. So I picked it up, and one of the things inside was a diary from when I was in high school, and that was X number of years ago. So you're not getting a read on how old I am or how long I've been out of high school. Yeah, I guess the gossips are. But yeah, I looked at a couple pages, and then I thought, you know what needs to read this? A shredder. Alright, and then these guys. Alright, well 5 minutes was obviously a bit of a poor estimate on trying to get through each segment of the map. Though I do think we're almost done at the pool. Backpack space. You know, I think that in the nunchuck, when you start on the nunchuck class, the 216 slot backpacks they give you are more in total than all of the backpacks you get on the main quest when you do other classes. So that's a bit of a shame. More. Alright. Okay, so it was about 5 minutes. It was about 5 minutes to transition to the next zone. Right. 16 was a weird number. Like, why 16 slot? It's literally they made a new item just for that one class. Where's that? I think I'll stick with the damage taken from bosses reduction. Oh, that's fair, yeah. If you're just on the borderline, you're gonna get 2 miserable little slots on your second page. Easy to lose items there, I bet. Alright, I think last time I killed the foreman twice without thinking about it. So this time I'm not. Look at that. I didn't even murder anyone. It was only kidnapping. Two miracle stone samples. And then oh, we have another envoy path point. Where to go? Where to go? I don't actually know best envoy for I feel like this is a good node. So let's head towards it. But right off the bat, any node that's going to take reflect damage node is probably not going to be your best DPS. I just really wanted the move speed. Okay, next up should be the lions with the toolkit. This one sometimes can take forever. Wish me luck. Haha! Now I know for a fact they didn't buff the drop rate because when I did this on my Astro, it took quite a while to get it. Alright, we're basically on track. 5 minutes per zone. Yeah. Hey, that's not all we've done as an envoy of Gaia, but I mean, they're the ones that need our superhuman powers to save the world, so they're gonna have to either overlook some crimes or not be saved. This is not the lesson that I wanted to be teaching people today, but this is the lesson that we've got. Hello, Mr. Hamilton. Oh. I'm gonna have to change the name of the stream to our Legacy of Crimes. I don't think so. I think I'll stick with what I've got. While we're here. I seem to remember that quest taking a lot longer before as well. Damage tool. All right, 3 minutes. I think there's only a couple more quests before we enter the dungeon, so yep, this should be like the last one before we enter the dungeon. Now, one thing I've always thought was kind of weird is they give you an item to teleport back down to the bottom of the hill. But after you beat this dude, the quick use function in the little quest box here is gone. So you'd have to go to your inventory to use it. But I don't know if it's faster for me to fly at this move speed, but I feel like it probably is. Alright, into the dungeon we go. So once again, we're going to do it in solo challenge mode for the quest. And then afterwards, we're going to try out party mode to see whether or not a new player, in conceivably stuff that only a new player could get their hands on, would be able to beat it. So, place your bets now. I haven't failed yet. In fact, I haven't even died yet. I'm just that good a player, right? It's all about the actual player's skill. And my inventory is almost full again. Just gonna run past these guys. Yeah, solo mode really isn't that much of a challenge. So the real challenge is definitely going to be trying to solo party mode without any of the benefits that come with having bonus stats or archive. Alright. Easy stuff. Nobody can survive the round and round. You'd think I was a storm Ravager if you were watching. Alright, as expected, solo mode, really not a challenge, even if you're in absolutely fresh gear. Only the stuff that you can get your hands on as a brand new player. But the real challenge is going to be attempting to solo party mode in that same gear. So, where's Shirayuki? For the most part, you're right. The party modes of dungeons don't exactly have a ton of challenge right off the bat. But that is part of what I'm doing here, is I am trying to see where new players are first going to hit the wall. And clearly, here is not where. Yeah, so no issue on the mobs. Although I really should have carried some of them with me to the boss, so I'm not going to fully lose my fury. Okay, so we're doing very little damage. I feel like this is a lot less than we were getting before. So I'm gonna have to make sure to keep my heals stacked to keep my buffs going. Oh, and he's got a dot. Yeah, that's gonna hurt. perfectly doable, but definitely time consuming. Oh, especially when he hits you with that. Perfectly doable. Alright, and see what happens if I bring a bunch of mobs with me to the boss. That is interesting about the debuffs in parties, or in the dungeons. I haven't paid too much attention to the debuffs that you get in dungeons because for the most part, it isn't a worry in the low-level dungeons. Look at me not even stacking my ballad properly. You'd never know that I was an experienced player. Well, the other thing about Twilight Forest is that I believe that's the first place that you get pen on the enemies, that they require pen to be able to actually do full damage. So for sure, I am not expecting to be able to easily make my way through dungeons once we get to that point, because as far as I'm concerned, the biggest thing for new players is once you start requiring pen, it's hard to get it. But again, that's what this experiment is for. Yeah, on the first boss, you really gotta know the mechanics in Twilight Forest. Anyway, I brought all these mobs with me to the boss, so let's see how that goes. It'll probably take too long to spawn anyway. Phew. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have brought all these mobs to the boss. That's not ideal. The mobs do help with the lifesteal, though, as long as you're not choking. He should really ask my permission before he chokes me. That's really not very nice. It's only got an 8-second cooldown. That's not very nice at all. Whew. On the potion counter, I noticed we have used a ton. So I don't know if I'd be beating this if I run out of potions. But there we go. Alrighty, so that is over my 4 hours that I was hoping to go for today. That last dungeon took like 10 minutes to solo, which, I mean, I am going in absolute bare bones gear. The stuff that you get for free, the stuff that you get just by fighting random stuff. And I forgot to turn in the quest of Victoria inside the dungeon, so that means that when we come back next time, I'm gonna have to start by rerunning the dungeon, so that's cool. But anyway, that is where we're going to stop for today. So thank you to everybody that joined in, and thanks for chatting. I am planning on, not necessarily for every single episode, but at points recapping the advice for new players that we've come across as we're playing. And yeah, I guess that's it for today. So unfortunately, I don't have any kind of like waving goodbye animation or anything, so that's just it. Bye-bye. Yeah, forgetting to turn in a quest as you're finishing up the solo dungeons is pretty standard mistake, but it is what it is. So anyway, well, I'm gonna avoid playing on this except on live stream, so we'll catch you guys next time.